Alrighty, hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is action time once again here at the RDPT Festival in the beautiful Jeju. We are kicking off this live coverage for the day with an absolute banger. Red Dragon Championship Day 1B coming to you live from Facebook and YouTube. We're playing here from level 7 up until level 12 today, at which point we will close registration at level 9, and then at level 12 we will close play for the day, bag and tag, and come back tomorrow, where we will then play down towards that winner and eventual champion. So a lot of poker to go. As I said, currently level 7 late reg open until level 9. So 194 registrations into this fight so far. I can tell you, if this is the way that the fights are shaping up, you should know that the day 2 is going to be absolutely mad. So sit back, ladies and gents, and get ready for some tip-top poker action. And as a reminder, you will be listening to my voice, Richard Cooper, alongside the lovely Jordan Bromley all week long. So hope you are enjoying it at home. Wherever you're watching from, let us know in the chat. Also, who you're supporting. We love all of the input from our fans. Straight into some action here at this featured table. With all of these big names, you can see a couple of familiar faces that we saw in the Baby Dragon. Some we saw in the Prestige High Roller, so all of them have hung around and now regged into this one, so definitely set to be quite exciting. Well, 3 ways to this flop of Queen Jack 4. 2 of the offsuit aces. Not really connecting much with this board. Check through on the flop. Lee picks up the king he was looking for. Came along in the small blind. Probably just got a stab out at it here. Many scary river cards that could potentially peel off. Looks like 3K is the bet. Those green chips, of course, 1K. Brown chips, 5K. Hey Jin up on top with that big stack at the moment, 69 big blinds for him. Got Mr. Chen also performing well, 65 big blinds, so trailing closely behind. So nice for them both to have doubled up early on in this one. I think starting stack was 30K. So nice double up for both of them. Excuse me, 40K was the starting stack, so still close to a double up. Pretty nice early on to be sitting with that amount of chips. Pocket fives under the gun for Chen. Request that triangle for his remaining 16 big blinds. Mr. Heijin, lays down the pocket sixes, not willing to get involved. Mr. Chen, the other Mr. Chen, the big stack at the table, looking down at the king-queen offsuit. Does decide to give it up. And so the well-timed jam will take down the blinds and the ante. Ace-4 off for Zheng. Wei Ming Zheng, obviously seen him in the Baby Dragon. Saw him play very, very well indeed. 2.5k is the bet that he does go for. Purple's 500, green's 1k, and the brown's 5k. Jack 4 on this flop. Mr. Zheng does find bottom pair. Probably a better flop for the big blind, to be honest. But Zheng c-bet good enough. Rep that jack. Anything really. Chen not connecting with the king. 7 offsuit. King Jack off for Mr. Wei Zheng, 42k behind. Definitely good enough for an open here from the NP. Jae-Hoon Lee, mystery man, hasn't found the card reader just yet. The dealer trying to help him. He's going to limp in from the hijack. Queen 10 suited. We eventually see what he looks down at. Mr. Chen seems like he wants to get involved too. He does decide to do so. A bit of a family pot brewing here as Mr. Wei Ming Zheng decides to get jiggy with it. He sees two callers, two Jae-hoons raise. 3-bet the 5 deuce offsuit. Great timing. And it's a bit of a tough one here, just looking super strong out of the big blind. This 3-bet generally going to be done with a whole bunch of premiums. So Wei Zheng, our initial aggressor for this hand. King Jack, good for an open, not great for a 3-bet, or to call a 3-bet, excuse me. Great timed aggression by Mr. Zheng. Take that one down, sir. Very nice little pickup. Just knowing exactly when to do it. And that's the 5 deuce, ladies and gentlemen. Absolute masterclass there. $501K. All those current blinds with the 1K ante active on the big blind each round. 194 registrations into this one so far. And we are regging until level 9, so still another 18 minutes of play. So if you are in the landing casino area, make your way down, reg for this one. As you can see by the entries, it's set to be a jam-packed event. We do see Mr. Lee limping in with the King 10-0. Interesting decision from +1. Of course, Hey Jin happy to check behind with the offsuit ace, see a flop and go from there. 4-4 deuce, of course, much better for Hey Jin in the big blind. Jae-hoon Lee, 10-8 suited. It's a beautiful hand, but it is under the gun. Not a great position. Ace Jack, we'll make the call. Excuse me, we'll make the raise after Lee decides to just limp in again. So we're seeing a whole lot of limping pre-flop. Pretty interesting. He'll limp call the 10-8 suited, and we'll see Chen play this Ace Jack in position. Ace Queen 7, 2 diamonds. Now the player with a diamond. A top pair for Chen. Couple of backdoors there for Lee in terms of a straight. Easy enough for Chen to bet and take that one down. Very nice indeed. Longxiang, King 6 suited. Probably just can't get involved with that. Maybe King 8, King 9, King 10, of course. There we start going. Zheng with a couple of ladies on the cutoff. We'll make the 2.5 big blind open. King 6-5. JUL Lee did defend the 7-4 suited, so flops an open ender. He hangs around for the c-bet. Of course, that scare card to Zheng. No longer a scare card as he sets up on the river. Now just hoping his opponent has a king. Wow. Swift fold by Lee. Open ender was there. Interesting. Not even a thought. 71 big blinds and 70 big blinds. All those two-table chip captains currently leading things here nicely, as those field registrations do increase up to 201. Growing very nicely here for this Red Dragon Championship. Day 1B. Of course, we have Day 1C coming to you live today as well at 6 p.m. local time. So approximately 40 minutes from now. Day 1C, a turbo kicks off. And then we've got Day 1D tomorrow and Day 1E tomorrow. So still 3 more flights collectively to make it into Day 2. Hey Jin, raising up the cutoff for the Jack-8 suited will find resistance from the big stack, Mr. Chen. Pocket 9s in the big blind, good for a variety of options. Well, he just goes for the flat. Ace, 8, 4. Hey Jin does find middle pair, but that ace, a scare card to both players. Even Chen with the pocket 9s didn't want to see an ace on that flop. Turn pairs the board with that 4. Doesn't really change much for either player, except improving them to 2 pair each. Bet on a call on this turn. We'll see a river, 5 of spades. Doesn't change anything for either player. The 9s are good. Jin does have that middle pair, so just enough equity to check behind. But he'll see the bad news. Yixian Chen, bottom of the chip counts at the moment with just 13 big blinds. And the rest of the table doing pretty well. Nothing much to worry about at the moment. And just a reminder, folks, if you are just joining us late, registration will last up to end of level 9. There will be a 15-minute break every 2 hours. So that's pretty much the format for this one. Shot clocks are not active yet. Good enough for the raise and take it. Mr. Zheng, Weiming Zheng, 62 bigs. Of course, Yingji Chen, 80 big blinds up top. Almost fully doubled up from that starting stack now. Do have another turbo kicking off in about 35 minutes now. So if you are in the area, come down, reg for this turbo. It's day 1E, excuse me, day 1C. And that is a 2.5 million Korean won buying, 40k starting stack, 30-minute levels. So shorter than this one that we're currently streaming. Ace 7-5. Chen defends the big blind with a couple of hearts, finds that ace of hearts on the flop. Chen, maybe not a flop he had in mind when raising this one initially. But of course, a good bet to see bet on. Ten on the turn doesn't change much for either player. I mean, Chen pretty much drawing dead at this sort of stage. Drawing very thin. Maybe not drawing dead, but drawing very thin. And so one would think needs to keep betting in order to take this one down, and able to do so very effectively on the turn there with that appearance of the 10. Just a quick shout out while we don't have too much action brewing to all of the staff behind the scenes, really putting on a fantastic show here for all of us at home, and I'm sure for the players at the venue. Well, Chen, blind v blind, requests the triangle for his remaining 9 big blinds. Mr. Zheng obviously makes that call with the suited King 10, but right now all eyes on the King 7 offsuit. Looking for a full double up. Needs a 7. Ooh, get some spades. So running spades could help. That's not a card he needs. Just like that, Mr. Chen, GG, sir, but no worries. The registration still open for another 2 levels. You've still got time. Here's a shot of those beautiful trophies. That super high roller trophies in there. The championship trophies in there. The main event is in there. So many spectacle star events, we'll call them, here at the RDPT. It's hard to keep track of them. Just shows you always putting on a spectacle that welcomes everybody. Make sure that everybody is taken care of, feels good. Whoa. Action brewed really quickly there. So Jae-hoon Lee decided to raise it up, got a call, found the blinds as well, ace 9-4. Ooh, something for everybody almost. You know, we are all about inclusivity here at RDPT, always trying to give somebody everything, or a little bit of everything, even on the flop. Some would say Xiang really with the only warranted bet here on this flop, and yeah, easy enough to take that one down. I mean, as they say, poker's easy when your opponents listen to you, right? It's just when you have to bluff them into listening to you, I mean, that's when it gets tedious. Ace King for Jae-hoon Lee. Oh my goodness, Ace King suited. And now Mr. Chen looking down at Ace King O. Definitely a 3-bet incoming. Definitely a jammo. And definitely a call. Let's see if there's any other action around the table. Oh my goodness, this one is set to be an absolute rocket ship. Of course, many chop opportunities But let's see. Just under 3x in position is the sizing that Chen has gone for. Of course, Lee quite short stack, well, not short stack, but relatively short stack compared to Chen, who fully covers him and some more. And now, just to throw a spanner in the works, are the 36 big blinds in the big blind. Mr. Zheng looking down at the pocket tens. I tell you what, he'll want to get involved here in some capacity. Just gonna go for the flat. And Jeju and Lee doing the same. Oh my goodness, Queen 4-4. It's very surprising that they aren't playing this a little bit faster, just given the fact that the reg desk is still open. 40k is the starting stack, so Lee well below the starting stack to start this hand. Some would say just gotta play a little bit faster here. Don't let anybody catch up unnecessarily, and you've already let Ace Queen catch up. Well, with the King of Spades and 2 checks around, I think Mr. Chen has got to be the one to start going for this. But decides just to go passively, and now 9 of clubs just brings that second flush draw present. So this is the problem about slow playing. The Ace King still just a speculative holding, although a good one. Still needs to be made in order to win. So the bet is 8k. The Ace King gets out the way. Very, very nicely done. Maybe just not wanting to be involved in this one. The question is on Zheng. Does block some of those spades. Zheng having a real think about this one, not wanting to make the wrong decision, that's for sure. And eventually, the pocket tens make a very surprising fold. I mean, I think we've got to play it just a little bit. We've got to take the chance there. We've got to be a little bit more aggressive. Got to take the initiative, otherwise we're going to get squeezed out of pots like that with premiums. Miss out on those valuable double up opportunities. Ace-9 suited, good enough for Longjiang. Just to raise up the hijack. Lee gonna defend the 10-6 in the big blind. I mean, pretty much just defend any two, it seems like it. Pretty much a non-action board. Just the initial raise pre-flop and then nobody V-pipped on the flop turn. Now we see the river. Ace high does have pretty good showdown here, I would say. So he'll probably just check behind. That's exactly what we see. Ace is good.
Thought I might sneak in here and spoil the party. How are we doing, Richard? We having a good evening so far?
I mean, I was having a great evening until I heard that voice.
Oh, come on now, mate. Be nice.
Welcome, welcome. How we doing?
Doing fantastic. I've got a sugar-free Red Bull cracked open, ready for another very fun night. Don't think it's going to go as late as last night. I hope not.
My
That was quite
goodness.
the late finish. Finished at around 4:30 local time. So we got out of there eventually, but it was certainly a grind.
That's it. I hope you managed to catch up on some sleep today. Get ready for this one.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. Had a nice chill day. Been to the gym. Learnt some music. Finally getting back into playing an instrument again, which is good. And now ready to commentate down till we bag up and send these guys off to day 2.
It's been
Tonight
pretty
is a
interesting
relatively...
so far. Yeah.
Oops, sorry to cut you off. Tonight is a relatively interesting night where I'm from. There's something called the State of Origin. Have you ever heard of the State of Origin?
Is it a music festival?
No, not quite. It's a it's a rugby league series that runs where players from New South Wales represent players against Queensland, and it's held every year, and it's a best of 3 series. It's been going on since the 80s, and it's a big deal in Brisbane and Sydney and other areas of New South Wales and Queensland, and it's happening tonight at about 8 o'clock, so I keep hearing people cheering from the pub across the road from my house. So if you hear any loud noises in the background, I'm sorry. I'm doing my best to try and block it out, everybody. So you see the ace-5 finds the defend.
I mean, is that just your foreshadowing because you're actually joining alongside in the pub?
Yeah, I'm going to be doing my commentary from in the midst of a group of rambunctious Queenslanders, hoping that we manage to reverse sweep the series.
Sounds like a great atmosphere, if you ask me.
I'll open the door later and see if you can hear it when they score a try. It'll go nuts. Is the check from the ace-5. Both players with a straight draw, but what he's saying is a little bit better. Double gutter, or should I say an open-ender to the nut straight with a jack, and that is what happens. Jack of spades, giving him the check mark, and not much to be worried about. Plenty to get value from, though. Looks like he's going to give it a shot. 3,000. No dice from the ace-5. So how was your day? What did you get up to today, my friend?
As they say, take abuse from 3-year-olds. Nothing much better than that at 7 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, well, you know what they say, my friend. The best thing about 23-year-olds is there's 20 of them.
That's it, man.
So how long have you been teaching? Is it soccer or is it football or what are we calling it where you are?
Well, actually, we run a PE coaching service, so we do a variety of
Oh,
sports.
okay.
But mainly, I teach something called Ninja Warrior class, which is
Oh,
exactly as
right.
the name indicates. Yeah, it's very, very fun.
That sounds like a lot of fun. I have a guy that I know from when I basically initially started playing poker. I lived in a little suburb in Brisbane called Redcliffe, and there's a guy from Redcliffe who's really into it. I keep seeing his videos pop up on my story. If you ever need a swimming coach as part of this PE program, let me know.
I am actually a swimming coach myself. I've been a
Oh,
swimmer
really?
for many, many years. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I come from a family of swimmers.
Oh,
My
awesome.
grandfather was a technical official. My uncle is a coach. My mum's a coach. My dad officiated poolside at the Commonwealth Games. All kinds of stuff.
Jeepers.
1500 from the Queen Deuce. Don't think this is going to work against top pair. Long Xiang definitely disguising his hand by checking the flop. Not going to raise though, just finds the call.
Yeah, it's our first Vietnamese representative we've seen at this festival so far, so nice to see them make the journey out here to Jeju.
If only there was a way that he could let everybody know that he was from Vietnam. As he bets 2,500.
Yeah.
Maybe a flag or something. Could be good. Looks like a call going in from the King 4.
I mean, it's funny, even I have a Vietnamese flag from my time in Vietnam.
Oh, really?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, how we were discussing my friend as we see a showdown here. This pair of kings is going to take the pot down. Discussing my friend Tom, who does a good Borat impression.
Yeah.
There have been a couple of tournaments that he's played where he's been on a stream table and they've had the nationality there. So he's insisted that his nationality was Kazakhstan.
Oh
So
my
there'd just be his
goodness.
Kazakhstan flag with about 8 Australian flags, and it's fantastic.
So funny, mate.
Got to do it. What's poker without having a laugh?
For
Probably
the
like
fans, mate. For the fans.
what's poker without having a laugh? It's just limit.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's Jack. Here's Shin. Have we seen any familiar faces thus far today that we've seen in the last few days of commentary?
No, none specifically. I feel like I do
Okay,
remember this gentleman and his hat.
what about not specifically? What about
Yeah,
vaguely?
not specifically. Is this guy? Is this guy? So I kind of remember him and his hat, but not at a feature table in the outer field.
Right. Okay, that makes sense.
So
Is the
that's what I
man with
meant
the
by
hat
specifically.
does not win the pot.
Yeah.
Right. That's like the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, it's not in the
Yeah.
Pacific, it's in the Atlantic, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the good thing about the Pacific Ocean is that anything you want to do, there's a Pacific place you can go and do it.
Exactly, mate. I mean, you got your
Like if
language
you want to
completely
celebrate,
correct in that.
yeah, if you want to celebrate Christmas, you go to Christmas Island. If you're going to celebrate Easter, you go to Easter Island. If you want to find a virgin, you go. Anyway, the Ace 3 under the gun. 34,000 for Wei Seng. Wei Seng, see if he's going to be racing. Not today. Pocket fives for Hunji Lee. Looks like just a limp from the fives. Round to He Jin. King 9 offsuit. What are we going to see? Knuckles it. To a flop we go. Couple sevens and a 9 as the open ender for Zheng presents itself, but He Jin takes the lead with top pair. Bet of 1,000 from the fives. 10-8 funds the raise to 4,000. Is this King 9 going to be going anywhere? Not today, as it was actually a bet of 1,000 from the King 9. Fives made the call and then folding against the isolation raise. To a turn card we go, which improves the King 9 to a better 2 pair. No, it's the man with the straight draw and the small blind. Does have the 8 of spades as well for some additional backup. Call is made. 25k out there. Are we going to see a completing river for this 10-8? Yes, we will. The 6 of clubs as the check mark is delivered as the straight arrives. See how much value he's going to be able to extract here from this best 2 pair. Just a reminder, if it's your first time tuning in about the chip denominations, the purple chips are worth 500, greens 1,000, but the brown chips hold the most value, 5,000 each. Later on, we'll probably see the appearance of some blue 25Ks and yellow 100Ks, but for right now, I don't want to kind of make it too full on. We'll just stick to these 3 colors. And can He Jin come up with enough combos of bluffs to put the call in here? Because as far as he's aware, this doesn't seem very weak. Also probably in his mind, remembering that this is a limped pot. So Wei Ming Zhang can definitely have a lot of sevens that are just taking him for 3 streets after check raising flop. I don't think trying to rebluff this situation is probably the best case or the best idea. given it was limped, you kind of removed the opportunity of yourself having some of those better full houses that would beat straights and flushes, like nines, kings. 9-7 suited and king 7 suited maybe, but not super often as the fold is made. And Wei Ming Sheng picking up a nice pot, taking himself to 83,500. So the blinds have as well ticked up to 1,000, 1,000 with a 1,000 big blind ante. What are we eating for dinner, my friend?
I haven't decided yet. Actually, was busy death scrolling Uber Eats right now.
Oh, it's a favorite pastime of mine.
What's on the menu on your side?
I've already had dinner. I behaved myself. I cooked oven-baked chicken breast with some rice and some steamed vegetables. So trying to turn a corner. And by that, I mean I'll have McDonald's tomorrow.
It's all about balance, isn't it?
Yeah, the diet begins forever tomorrow. Down goes the Queen 10.
The old seafood diet.
Yes. Yes, but unfortunately my supermarket was out of prawns. Queen Jack offsuit. 39k to start. Little figurine we've got in play here. Do you utilize a chip protector when you play, or a card protector at all?
No, just my herbal inhaler. You know, the Thai
Right.
inhalers.
Over-the-counter herbal inhaler, or are we...
Yeah. Have you seen them? Like those small little circular green plastic canisters that a lot of poker players have?
No. Oh, actually,
Send you.
no. No. Yes, I do know what you mean. I do know what you mean.
A
I
little
remember somebody
sniffer.
tried to get me to smell it once, and I was worried that it was like smelling salts and that I was going to have a headache, so I just declined.
They're actually really nice. Like super good.
Okay. Admittedly, that guy's a bit of a troll. Jack in the window, king 8. Backdoor flush draw for Wei Sang, but I don't think the man from Vietnam is going to allow him to see a diamond on the turn. He does fire out a continuation bet. What's it going to be? Just 10 high. Double backdoor draws, but I don't think you really want to continue as he does let it go. Bless you.
That's it, mate. At least he wiped his hand on the back of his chair, courtesy,
Oh,
before
yes.
touching the chips.
It's very important.
I mean, that's why we have these toweling chairs. You see the toweling covering. Basically, it just absorbs all of the
Yes.
spit, snot, and any other bodily fluids that you may need to just leave on the chair. So please feel free. We
Yes.
at the RDPT feel like home.
Isn't that the character from South Park? Or is that Towley?
Towley, my
Towley.
man.
Yeah,
Absolutely. What a
Towley.
legend.
Yes.
So I've got a Towley. It's so funny you mentioned I've got a Towley wallet on the way. In the
So the chair
delivery.
company makes wallets as well.
That's it, mate. Yeah, so I'm going to be blasting off into there.
Amazing. The only thing that I never really watched South Park. It is South Park, right? I don't have that incorrect.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. The only thing that I really reference from South Park ever, my housemate Tom is a very big fan, but the only thing that I ever really think about is the tree fitty.
I
Went
don't even
fishing and
know
they found a
that.
Loch Ness monster. And the Loch Ness monster popped its head out of the water and they were like, "What you want, Nessie?" And it's like, "Oh, need about tree fitty." 6-5 suited in the small blind. What do you need, Nessie? Oh, battery fitty. Damn it. That Loch Ness Master ain't giving no more $3.50. The calls made.
The
6-5
founding
queen.
American Euro.
That's a spicy one. 6-5 is bottom two pair for Wei Zheng. Playing about 30 big blinds behind. And all these other guys have a lot of backdoor stuff. So middle pair for Yingxi Shen. Backdoor flush draw. Long Xiang wrapped around that queen with a backdoor flush draw of his own. A couple of backdoors for Zheng as well. So everybody's trying to make a quick escape via a backdoor draw here, but it's Yingxi Chen who's doing the betting, 4,000. If it wasn't for the man in the small blind, he'd comfortably be in the lead. So it looks like the ace-nine of clubs is going to peel this. And I think Wei Zheng has a very easy raise and jam turn, or maybe even jam now, given this is not the smallest size on this flop. What do you think, my friend? Do you think we're going to see the biscuits get ripped in here?
Oh, sorry, I was still desk scrolling looking for food.
Oh, no, that's okay. That's okay. Can you get me something while you're there?
No.
Appreciate it.
International delivery.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, I
As
think
it looks like he
no,
is going to jam.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have to jam here. Just a pretty interesting flop. Queen 6-5. We have a whole lot of equity. We need to protect. Of course, many scary turn and river cards.
And what is the middle pair backdoor flush draw going to do? Plenty of chips, but I don't think he's going to be confident enough to be able to call this. Gets another look at the cards. Not even another look at the cards, just relinquishes.
And I mean, you're pretty much getting
Likewise,
called
the
by
ace-nine.
Queen X here, which is a great outcome. Relatively deep here in the day 1B of this championship. 213 entries, 40k starting stack. So by those chip counts, you can see who's been working and who's been sleeping. Mr. Wei Ming Zheng, one of those people, up to 77k, so almost a full double up. But then you got the likes of Mr. Long Jiang, 36k, Van Tien Din, 37, so all of them below that starting stack. Time to put up your socks, gentlemen.
Yeah, the king queen raising it to 2,500. Pocket eights next to act in the cutoff. Just comes along.
King Jack Deuce Rainbow flop. Xiang does find top pair. Some diamonds work for him. Chen nutting. Hey Jen with the snowmen. Just limping pre-flop. Allows our opponent to keep all of those nuts in his range. Not really sure what we're working with on this king high flop, so the pocket eight can't be feeling too happy about the C bet. Well-timed aggression there and take that one down. As I said, no real short stacks at this table. The shortest of the 230 big blind players. Still a whole lot of poker to come. Still a whole lot of dancing to come, as it seems like we've been invaded here.
I'm dancing. Are you dancing?
I've been dancing, mate. Well, look at those moves. I can't even do that.
How tall do you reckon the person inside that suit is? I mean, it's an actual dragon. How tall do you reckon that dragon is?
I reckon
Don't
it's
want to
like a
break the fourth wall.
30-kilo Chinese lady.
So what you're saying is that me being 6'2" has no chance being able to get into one of those things. Damn, I
Oh,
was really excited.
100% not. 100%.
Just walking around scaring people as this giant dragon. Oh, that'd be hilarious.
Reminds me of that Workaholics episode where they hotbox those things and go dancing on the side of the street. Absolutely hilarious.
Man, unfortunately, I never got into Workaholics.
Oh, really?
Seems like I'm missing out. Yeah.
I mean, do you like kind of slapstick comedy?
Kind of, but I don't enjoy cringe humor, if that makes sense.
I mean, how much do you enjoy, like, oh, well, you don't enjoy South Park, so you wouldn't enjoy this. For sure not.
Well, to be fair, I've never really watched South Park. I'd probably enjoy it if I did watch it. Like I tried to at one point, and I watched a couple of episodes, and I was like, yeah, I don't know,
Nah,
funny, but
likewise. I'm the
like,
same way. Yeah, I'm the same way
yeah.
with South Park. But Workaholics is great. The characters are really impersonable, and by the time like the 13th season rolls around you really love them.
One of my favorite TV shows with an insufferable character that I just can't help but love is a show called Shorzy. Have you ever seen the show called Shorzy?
Shorzy? No, never.
So it's a show that's about a Canadian ice hockey player that plays in like a very low level league, and it's a spin-off from the show Letterkenny, which was like a kind of rural Canadian show that basically made jokes about like Canadian hicks essentially that lived in and owned
Yeah,
farms and rural towns and stuff. And it was so good. But in that show, there was a character called Shorzy who was an ice hockey player that was never featured on screen. And they made a TV show out of it, and it is like cry laugh funny. It is
Shorzy.
amazing.
Okay, check it out.
Shorzy, yeah. So you see the
As
queen
you
and a
see the
couple of
queen,
tens.
that's
I
it,
win.
mate. Here you go. Tag, you're it.
Yeah. Bet of 1.5 from the ace jack.
Flush draw comes. Hard to play on the turn with that 7 of diamonds. That player's not holding a diamond, fully unblocking that. It's the gut shot for Zeng. Doesn't need to do any unnecessary inflation of this pot. Likewise for Chen. Oof. How's about a full house boat on the river? Let's take all of them.
A full houseboat.
Yeah. Just
One thing
combine
that's
them.
always been a pet peeve to me in poker is people who call it a full book. I just
Full
find that
book.
so cringy. A book. Yeah, I just find that so cringy. I don't know why. Like a
I've never
boat
heard
has
that
like a
before.
kind of good ring to it, right? But a full book, ugh, ugh.
I like a full houseboat.
A full house boat. It doesn't sound like a poker hand. It sounds like a lifestyle choice. As this
Listen,
7K
mate, you're
bet on
either
the
going
river.
full house or you're going boat. You
Yeah.
choose.
You can have one or the other. You can't have both. I mean, both. I mean, 7K. Is the ace jack going to be sticky here? Because I don't think this ship is going to be going down. In goes the raise, and it's a valiant attempt, my friend, but I don't think it's going to be met with kindness as the raise to 16,500. Granted, the ace jack did have position, so there's every chance he could have an overpair. However, as played, I just don't see how... Excuse me, I don't see how Chen could ever be folding a queen in this spot, especially on the off chance that you could be chopping. So I think he's going to give this one a little bit of careful consideration before just flicking in the additional 10k. It's not like he jammed on him. I reckon if he jammed on him, he could have a very, very tough decision. Though he's making a fool out of me because he's making it look like this is a tough spot. What do we think the decision is going to be? Do you think we're going to see a call or a fold? Looks like the call has been made. Ace Jack is no good. As he says, of course, call. What are you doing? Definitely worried about overpairs, as you heard him say just there.
It did take quite a while to think about that one. So here's one for you. Could you call this King Jack an offsuit, one gapped Broadway?
What did you say, sorry, sir?
Could you call this King Jack an offsuit, one gapped Broadway combination?
No. No, I wouldn't, because there is a name for that hand. And I'm going to have to give a tribute to my former co-commentator for the series previous and insist on the information that he divulged to us that series about how often people were jacking off at the table. And you have to be very careful when you're playing a poker tournament and you're jacking off. Never want to be caught jacking off. You could get yourself in trouble. And specifically there, it worked out for him. He managed to raise and take the pot away. Oh, ace king suited. It's a nice hand. What's the little figurine that we've got on top of this chip stack?
Sure.
Trying to get a look and I just can't. I don't really like babushka dolls. I just think they're so full of themselves, you know?
Do you have like these...
Oh, the ace queen.
One-liners just saved somewhere on a sticky note?
No. I've got them saved somewhere deep in my brain where they should be utilizing other brain power, but instead it's just uselessness. Ace queen facing this button 3-bet from the ace 3. Are we just going to see it piled in for 45 bigs? What does Brains Trust say? No. Looks like he's reaching for a non-all-in 4-bet. And this is a click 4-bet to 12,000. 12,000's legal.
I mean, that's very interesting.
Of all the 4-bets I've ever seen in my life, this certainly is one of them. Back over to the Ace King now.
I mean, do we just jam?
I think so. I mean, we started this one with less than 40 big blinds. I think even with this action, probably still just jam your hand. It's just a little bit too strong. If I had ace queen suited, I might consider maybe. Yeah, and there it is.
Flatting.
No snap call is always a good sign when you're in this spot with ace king.
I mean, hey, really, I mean, you should probably just lay this down.
See, where's the fun in laying it down if you know you're going to bink a queen on the flop? That's what I want to know. If you know the queen is coming, why would you ever fold? And I think the man rocking the white and purple shirt may think the queen is coming. No! The cards get sent into the abyss, never to be returning again. Would you like to know the joke of the day?
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Well, do you know how to spot a blind man in a nudist colony?
I mean, I have an idea, but yeah, tell us.
Well, it's not hard.
I thought about something to do with that.
Ace 9. I have a joke for basically everything.
It's a great party trick to have, that's for sure.
Yes. Likewise, it's a great party trick to raise the Jack 4 offsuit to 3,000, it looks like. Yeah. The flat tire or the Robbie.
Wasn't that the Jack Deuce? Oh, Jack 4, yeah, Margot Robbie. Not Margot Robbie, what's her name?
Robbie Lou.
Robbie Lou.
It's okay. I got you. It's all right. You're safe now. King 5 suited in the big blind. So the King 5 finds the 3-bet squeeze and is going to take that one down. Aggression factor pays off.
This level 8 trudges along here. One more level after this. Then we will be closing late reg.
Limp from the small blind with the ace-4, pocket fives. It's the second time we've seen Hoon just either limp or check the fives. Doesn't want to get aggressive with them. And he really doesn't want to make a 5 here. Check from Wei Sang. Hoon. Betting a size. Sounds like 1,500. So close. 2.5. Call is made. To a turn we go. Is it going to be a two-side heart? No, it's not. King of hearts. And it's close, but it's not a 5. The 6. Not able to help Wei Sang out at all. The ace high still no good. Check mark with the 5s. And on the topic of check marks, I think we're just going to see check. He's holding 5,500, but I don't really know what he's going to hope to get value from apart from maybe ace 3. His opponent could easily have a hand like ace 8-4 suited, 9-8 offsuit, stuff like that. But he does bet 5,500. Do you think this is maybe a hint at his hand? Or do you think it's just an amount that he chose? In goes the call.
It's definitely
a bit of a shake of the head.
Needs to be investigated.
You saw him shake his head and then see his opponent muck and then go, oh, phew. So in No Limit Texas Hold'em, there's this really cool strategy that you can utilize where if you're not sure whether or not you win, but you might, you can just check.
I mean, I've never heard of that before.
Is that the second best bucket hat that we've seen so far? I think we had a Balenciaga bucket hat the other day that looked very, very flash. Flash? God, I sound like my grandfather.
I think this Mew Mew one is pretty fashionable as well. Ace 5 suited will defend the big blind. We've got 3 ways. The pocket 4s and the 9s of Zheng. Just limps in. I mean, flat calls in to the King Queen 3.
And the calling in I do is calling in sick. 3,000 from the 4s. Ace 5 folds as well as the 9s. Wow. Not going to want to peel one. Just adios. Now, I believe they're 15 players away from getting in the money in the World Series of Poker main event. Do you have any friends outside of a fellow bald menace that you're going to be cheering for?
No, none additionally. What about yourself?
I know of a few that are still lingering.
Oh, wow, great.
There's one guy specifically that I don't chat to that much that had over 1 million chips at one point today, so he was flying. But he's already made the final table of the World Series of Poker, so it's just greedy if he gets there again. Queen 10 is going to raise and is going to take it. Do you have a standing desk?
Not in this house. I used to have one, actually. What
Yeah,
about
fair
yourself?
enough. I never used to utilize the standing function, but I found a really good way to force myself to utilize it, and that was accidentally kick the cable out and be too lazy to plug it back in. So now
It's
I
one
have
way
to
to get
stand,
some
you know?
exercise.
Yeah, look, I stand on principle, you know? It's
That's it, mate.
pocket
Got to
nines.
stand what you believe in.
Yeah, I'm glad you understand, you know?
Totally understood.
Yes. Well, if I was understood my table, I'd be crouching, and then I wouldn't be able to reach the microphone. 8-6 offsuit. Facing this raise to 4,000 as the blinds have decided that they wanted to be a little bit more expensive. Those blinds being so greedy. Yingzhe Chen still our table captain. What did you end up deciding on to eat? I understand you were perusing a menu.
I've got this. I mean, in Asia, we kind of battle to get good spaghettis, pastas, etc., good Italian food. And I found
Mm.
this little gem around the corner from me that makes an amazing spaghetti, similar to, mom's spaghetti when you were younger.
Ah, yes. Are your knees weak?
So,
Arms heavy?
as always, when I'm listening to your voice, mate.
Hmm. You know I'm making an Eminem reference, right? Just want to...
Who's Eminem?
Nem Nem.
Yeah, we don't have an Eminem in South Africa. We have Astros.
Papa Slim. Are you a Die Artwood fan, or do you not like them?
Well, actually, it's the Antwoord, but anyway, yeah, sure.
That's what I said.
Uh, no, terrible. They are probably the worst musical uh, duo I've ever heard.
I'm glad we agree on something.
Somebody tell this gentleman that he's
Actually,
spelled Vietnam incorrectly.
trying to think of the name of the person I'm thinking of. Is it Nigel or Neil Blomkamp? Made some fantastic films. District 9, Chappie, Elysium, big fan of his work.
Yeah, that's some Leon Blomkamp.
Is it Leon?
Yes, or like something like that.
It was Neil. I was right the first time.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, he made some phenomenal films. District 9 is brilliant.
Is good. Have you watched this new vampire movie with Michael B. Jordan?
No, but I've heard that it is absolutely brilliant. Directed by Ryan Coogler. Sinners, I believe it's called. No, I've heard it's fantastic, but I'm yet to watch it.
Oh, it's terrible. Absolute trash.
Seriously?
100%.
Are you trolling?
No, no, no. 100%.
Ah. Well, that's very disappointing because a lot of people that I've spoken to have said that it was brilliant. Not as brilliant as Bottom set on a King 7-3 board, though. The man from Vietnam spiking one of two outs to improve, and now Yinji Chen only with one out. Luckily for him, it shouldn't be too costly. Given that King is out there, he's not going to want to fire all of the biscuits into the middle. And if the Jack of Spades does come, it would slow things down given that flush would complete. See how things eventuate. 5,000 from bottom set. In goes the call. 21,000 out there. This guy's got 24,500 behind, as the 9 of spades is probably going to slow things down regardless. So that flush does end up completing. Check, check. River is the offsuit 4. So these threes do hold up. I think you probably should have been confident enough to bet them on the turn. Even when that flush completes, your opponent's going to have a lot of hands that are going to want to call once more. All of those middling pairs with the spade, king X. Instead, the jacks check, and now are the threes going to try and extract more value? Have to be very cautious of the size you choose, as if you bet too much, probably going to be scaring your opponent off, and I think 16,000 probably fits the category of a little bit too much.
Yeah, it's very rich. It's like, what, 80%?
Like you.
Well, just my name, mate. Let's get that.
I mean, fractionally speaking, you're 4/7 rich. So,
whoa. It's too much mass for my brain.
what? It's 4/7 of your first name. As the fold is made.
I mean, that is true.
I can't believe you think Sinners is really bad. I'm kind of worried now that if I go and watch it, I'm not going to like it, as we get a panning shot of the tables, the outer tables. Plenty of people
Did you like
this
Django?
event, fighting for that trophy. I loved Django.
Okay, you're gonna hate
Django
Sinners.
is really?
Yeah, mate.
Oh, that's disappointing.
It's all focused on the
Django
theme, right? The awareness that they're trying to raise. So it's all focused on that, and I feel like the actual premise of the movie is lost on the focal point being the awareness that they're trying to create to the problem.
Right.
And so it's like the action is lost. You know, they used like cheap stunts, cheap makeup, etc., etc. You'll see.
Right. Okay. That makes a little bit more sense then. It's a shame, because I think Michael B. Jordan's a phenomenal actor.
Love him. Yeah, absolutely love him.
Wei Ming's loving looking at these queens. 70,500 on the button. 3-bet incoming. Takes it north to 12,000. It's a little bit chunky. Over to Chen, 70,000.
Well.
What size would you have chosen to take there, facing a 3,500 open?
I mean, just given the strength, maybe like 2.5. 2.5x.
So something like 8 or 9K?
Something like this, yeah, depending. I wasn't checking the stack. No. And you?
Yeah. Probably about 12K.
Oh, but you're a cash game player.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm a cash game player, so just, automatically clueless.
Automatically, you
Nah,
just
8 or 9.
milk it in there.
The old 2.5x in position, never let anybody down, did it?
No, especially not with queens. I mean, you don't want to be chasing out any king queen.
Have you ever heard of a video game called Balatro?
Oof. Old?
Less than a year. Came out last year.
No, no.
It is a poker roguelike. So it's a card game. And it is
Interesting.
a lot of fun. As we see Wei Zhang finding the jam against this cutoff open from Wei Ming Zhang. Getting a little bit out of line. Paying the price for it is he's going to get a count. I like to call this one saving face. As he eventually lets it go. All right, so the people that are across the road at the pub that I mentioned earlier are starting to get a bit rowdy. There's screaming going on right now, and the game doesn't even start for another half an hour. I don't know what's going on.
They're going to be passed out by the time the game starts.
Would you guys shut up? They didn't hear me. I'm surprised
Sorry,
you
my
heard me,
wife
to be
and-
honest. I was standing on the other side of the room. That's not good.
Sorry, if you hear that noise in the background, my dishwasher is making quite a noise. I think I just need to go and shorten her chain and kick her a bit.
No. That's terrible.
Yeah, it's very disappointing, I must say.
Yeah, it's terrible. She has a chain? Mine's just bolted to the sink. Ace. This is how we get in trouble, Richard. We shouldn't be talking. Ace 4 is going to raise from the button. King 5 for Yinji Chen, 67k. Finds the call. Jack 7-5. Now I'm starting to worry exactly how much noise this microphone picks up. I didn't realize it was this good. Jack of Hearts on the turn. Looks like a bet going in from this pair of fives. Can you hear that? Like, these people are literally shouting outside my balcony. I'm so sorry if you guys can hear that.
We actually can't hear it, so it's fine.
Oh, good. They keep yelling out, let me out, let me out. He's holding me captive. I don't know. I don't know what that is. I think it's just, an echo or something. Ace Jack. Raising to 3,000. Ace 10 on the button. Oh, now they're singing the Hey Baby song. How many people do need to be standing on the side of the street, do you think, until you think it's okay to call the cops for a riot? Ace 5-3. Both these guys with a pair. King of clubs on the turn is...
Tag, you're it.
I think you win this one. You can run it down.
King of clubs on the turn. That's going to be good enough for Mr. Van Tien Din to take it down. Or how do we read that one? Din Van Tien. Not actually sure. The Vietnamese, how does it go? Van Tien Din. That's his name, Van Tien Din. Queen Jack suited, Forgeng good enough from the early position. The other big stack at the table, Mr. Ying Ji Chen. So let's just flat come along with the King Queen suited, see a flop in position. Ten, 8, 3, mono flop. Either player with any diamonds. Ten pairs the board. Still no overs hitting for either of these players. Jang finds the gut shot on the river, decides to carry on with the passive approach, checks it over to Mr. Chen, who has just about enough showdown to check behind. Lost the minimum, one would have to say.
Yeah, got out of that one relatively unscathed. Definitely had a hand that he could have run a big bluff on the river if he wanted to. That King Queen, obviously one of those ones, as we pan out to the outer table to get a close-up view as to a hand in play. 3,000's out there. Looks like she's holding onto a stack of brown chips, so there's still at least 50k behind. Are you familiar with this player at all, Richard?
No, but I feel like we should, just given the fact that they zoomed off and directly onto her.
Something tells me that she was playing in the teams event. And I'm trying to remember what her name was. That being said, I could be entirely incorrect. As I know what that is. That is the champion trophy. Winner of this event is going to be picking that one up and having to add more luggage to their flight to get it home. Jam for 25k with the pocket sevens. Action folding around to the big blind, who doesn't even want to think about it. No, please. Absolutely not, under no circumstances. $10-6. Not today.
Not any day.
Especially not this day.
Definitely not this day. Not this sacred day, mate.
No.
Not on the day of the, what's it called? The New World Australian League Championship. Or what did you call it?
You did great. That's exactly what it's called. No,
I
not really.
prefer my name.
You were right there. And then you started trying to say what it was, and then you just weren't there anymore.
The New Moon League.
If you're getting further away, it's actually impressive. I didn't think it was possible.
Well, I know it's something to do with the North-South
The New Moon League.
Wales.
The New Moon League sounds like a football team started off the back of a Twilight sequel.
Well, yeah, I hope they're the werewolf kind and not the vampires.
Oh, dear.
I think that's what it was, right? Werewolves.
Well, 6 is an ace king here.
The church. For Jin, who doesn't look like he spends a day in church, to be honest. Too busy running those sims. All in requested for the 28k. He has behind.
And these 6 is going to put this call in. Once again, getting
So
a look
look
at
at the
the
outer
outer
field.
tables. I win. Ace 5 suited. 51,000 behind. Tian puts in the raise to 3,000. A snap call from Wei Ming with the offsuit single gap Broadway, as Richard mentioned earlier. Queen 7 also going to do, apparently. 3,000 is put in, 11.5 out in the middle. We're roughly 36,500 effective as the window cards are 6 with a 10 deuce behind. Couple of hearts. Only player with one is Shang. See if he's going to be able to realize that flush draw. It's going to check to him. He's going to oblige. Interesting turn card. Tien picking up a gut shot. Still has the best hand, but it's definitely a board that favors the big blind. If he wanted to, he could reach out and probably take it. And he's assembling 6,500. Is he going to fire it into the middle? Yes, he will. Very animated flick in of the chips. It's going to have to give it a go on the river as well as this ace-5 comes along. 88% lock, but he's going to have to make the hero call on the river. As another deuce comes. 30k behind, 24.5 out there. It is Ji-Hun Lee going to be able to find the bluff and win this with Queen 7 offsuit? Or is he going to wave the white flag? He's been hit with the Doom Zoom. What's the decision going to be? Looks like it is the white flag. And this ace high is going to show down and win a nice pot. Tian up to 66,000. As we're sticking with Bucket Hat Man for a while. There's quite a lot of high value camera technology in the background as well. Look at that setup. I would have no idea what to do if I had that in front of me. I would be clueless. Long knows exactly what to do with the Queen 9, though. Into the muck very quickly. Tien with the King 8 suited. Not going to get involved. I think you could definitely find a raise with that one. Maybe he's a little bit worried about some short stacks around. We'll have to see when it pans over. 7 do suited for Wei Ming Sheng, and he doesn't care. He's here to win biscuits and chew bubblegum, and he's all out of bubblegum. Wei Sheng. Only around 15 blinds. Are we going to see him request the triangle with the king 10 suited? Yes, we are. In they go. Good timing considering he's raising, finding the jam against the 7 deuce. Ooh, Ying Shi though. Ace Jack offsuit. Ask for a count. He's going to be told that it's going to be around 17 blinds. So a further 16 for him to make this call, and it represents a little bit more than a third of his stack. It's never nice in this dynamic. It's not as bad as, say, against an under-the-gun open, but I still just don't think Ace-Jack is doing well enough. However, there's a reason he's sitting there and I'm standing here. He hasn't folded yet. If he makes this call, he will be the favorite to potentially get a knockout and get his stack over 100,000 or close to it. One more look and a farewell. Bit of a chuckle from the 7 deuce as the king 10 takes it down. Zhang definitely going to be happy with that one. Ooh, aces. Zhang definitely going to be happy to look at that. 7 deuce one hand, aces the next. It's crazy how poker can swing around roundabouts. Nobody interested. Over to the blinds. She's 9 deuce. Already in the muck, along with the ace 8 offsuit. Not a good time to have this hand. Looks like it's good enough for him to defend, though, as he flicks in the call. 7% equity. It's better than 0, I suppose, but he's going to need a lot of help. No pair for him, as he's probably not going to lose much more. Checks it over to the pre-flop raiser. Very quick bet of 4,000. 5,000, forgive me. Does have the ace of hearts, which may be a consideration for him to continue in this hand. But it's a bet of 2/3, and that's a bit too rich. Aces get shown. King 10. Not good enough. King Queen, probably a little bit of a different story. Yep, locked in. 3,000. No. Yes. No. 3,500. Ooh, pocket nines. Starting this one with 32 bigs. I think you can go one of two ways with this hand, actually. I think in theory you can play this hand as a jam or a call, and it looks like he's going the route of call. There is some argument to potential 3-bet, but looks like he just wants to play it out of position, which is why you'd rather jam it. King in the window is best for the king-queen, and how about 2-pair? These other guys down to less than 5% equity. He's got a 95% lock. It's going to have to be the case 9 or a whole lot of backdoors. Quick bet of 5,000 into 12. Down goes the 9s, and I think down goes the 9-4 as well. Yep. Nice pot going the way of Yingji Chen. Let you guys know that we're going to be heading on a break in just a couple of minutes. It's going to last for about 15, so we'll be back after that one relatively shortly. Going to have some fresh...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Red Dragon Poker Tour, one of the most prestigious poker tournaments in Asia. Yes, come on! Today marks the grand opening of our iconic event, the Red Dragon Championship. To celebrate this epic moment, we will begin with a special eye-dotting ceremony to awaken the dragon and bring good luck to all. and gentlemen, the moment we've been waiting for is here. The final 8 teams of the RD Expedition Club Red Dragon Team event are ready to take the stage. Team Entrepreneurs! Poker Planet! Team Osaka, a.k.a. Royal! The Army of Destiny! Gold and Silver Dragon Squad! Osaka Mobile Unit! Poker Queen, Starlit Canvas! The Poker Queens, Full House Team! Ladies and gentlemen, these are your final 8 contenders. Let the final battle begin!
恭喜你们获得这次远征俱乐部冠名红龙团队赛的亚军。那想请你们先介绍一下你们的团名还有团员。
我们这个团队的名字叫做扑克星球，你可以看到衣服下面写。
这次一起组队来参加这个比赛，有没有特别不一样的感受，或者有没有跟预期不一样的地方？
我觉得都超出预期了。我们只想过，好好先拿第2，因为30几个队伍嘛，我们拿到第2名，其实我们的队员发挥的都很完美。
感觉这次红龙举办的这个团队赛，我觉得整个扑克氛围非常好。然后我觉得我们参与，就是因为它有很多不同的。一开始从淘汰赛，然后复活赛到第2轮的，就是3个赛事，单挑、双人 SNG 还有单人 SNG。
这个你们第一次玩这样子的这个团队赛，有没有特别的感受，或者是跟预期不一样的地方？
不一样的地方就是没拿冠军，确实很奇怪啊。为什么呢？跑马都输了。
那有没有觉得什么特别好玩的地方？
我觉得最好玩的应该是他们2个的双人，我觉得看他们打双人应该蛮有意思。
但是你来说两个双人比赛，
我就觉得双人的 SNG 的话，一个级别换一才是挺好玩的，非常考验2个人的默契，因为筹码量一直在桌面上，但是跟不同的人打。然后我觉得红龙举办的赛事非常棒，
打比赛打的也比较少，工作比较繁忙。这一次团队赛我觉得非常好玩，大伙儿的积极性也挺高，然后气氛也很好，希望以后这样的团队赛能多办。
那有没有什么地方可以打得再更好一点？
这次暂时我们没有遗憾，因为我们都已经发挥出了自己应有的水准。
我这次已经是超水平发挥了，希望下次运气能更好一点。
我们是中外友好企业家战队，
我们是扑克星球。
2025济州扑克嘉年华，我们下次见。请你们简单介绍一下你们的团名。
我们的团名是大阪王机动部队。
当初你们怎么组这个队一起来参赛的？
当时这个事情就源自去年我们到大阪，当时也是抱着散散心旅游的方式，结果我们就突然之间发现4个人还是志同道合，可以认识一下，去参加一下比赛，这样的我们就渐渐的组成了一个 team。
这是你们第一次参加这个团队赛，有没有什么好玩的地方？
好玩的地方就是我们在打第1阶段的时候，其实我们都被淘汰了，然后兄弟们听说还有复活机会，我们也是在第2阶段的时候踩线才进的。
第一次参加这种比赛，有没有跟预期之中不太一样呢？
还好吧，因为我们之前在国内也有参加过类似的软比赛，所以还会有这方面的一些经验，所以觉得我们准备还是蛮充分的。
你在这个比赛之中有没有分工？
我觉得团队赛其实是蛮考验我们各自的团队的策略、执行能力以及个人的一些性格的，因为我们把4个不同的人、不同的性格的打法混合在一起，为整个团队去创造一个更好的前进的方式。很多时候是个人是需要做出一些牺牲和让步的。我们所有的目标是为了团体能拿更多的分，能更进一步的往前走。
我们的策略其实就是我们要知道这个团队这个分数是怎么计算的。一开始我们看那个 bounty， 比如说第1轮的 bounty， 它只有你拿到17个 bounty， 它才能直接晋级，而拿不到17个 bounty 其实是没有用的。所以说前期为了 bounty 去跟别人拼命是很负EV的行为。你在一开始如果知道这件事情，我们就知道前期我们就是要争前4甚至前3，我们的打法策略都会不一样。所以说这是一个策略的游戏，我们要多考虑策略，再考虑技术。
你觉得你们就是团队最强的一点是什么？
应该说我们最强应该比较团结，我们4个人比较团结，没有太多分歧，基本上都大家讲出来的话，大家都可以理解和包容。
有没有今天比赛的深刻印象的地方？
我们2个队友是已经被淘汰了，所以那时候华山一条路，我们只有在这一桌双人 SNG 的轮换赛中拿到第2名以上，我们才有机会去争夺这个冠军。所以那时候不顾一切拼，因为所有的队友希望就在我们手上，所以这时候是只有一条信念，我们就是要去夺冠。
过程中有没有出现意见不合的地方呢？
意见不合的时候是在剩下3个人的时候，大家都是2个人，就同时可以商量之后给决策。然后最后打了2把牌，就是1把牌抓鸡，河底中午抓鸡；另外1把牌就是最后的这个冠军的这个决定的那个手牌66。就是我跟柔柔意见有点不太一样，我当时设了一个陷阱，我想好了就是跟他all in，然后我就 stand by。
请问一下，经过这个团队赛，你们有没有觉得每个人有怎么样提升、成长的地方？
我觉得其实团队赛还是对个人的提升能力是次要的，更多的是你那个为这个团队做什么。因为每个人的性格、每个人打法都不一样，但在团队赛里面，你需要做更多的包容、让步和妥协，因为你最终的目标不是个人的提升，而是什么？是我们整个团队的气氛的提升。所以在这时候，我们要学会怎么去更多的去协调，去做一些让步和去做一些个人打法调整，跟我们之前的个人赛是完全另外的一种风格。包括我们在最后的决赛桌双人 SNG 会有分歧，但我们的分歧的主要冲突点不在于说牌该怎么打，而是我们这个分歧的点对比赛的整个进程、对我们的积分有没有帮助。我们需要去做一些让步和协商的。
最后，请问一下，你们获得这个冠军，能想到怎么庆祝呢？
这个其实我还没有想好，其实我们在一起的每天就很开心。
动机队，翻倍！
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Red Dragon Poker Tour, one of the most prestigious poker tournaments in Asia. Come on! Today marks the grand opening of our iconic event, the Red Dragon Championship. To celebrate this epic moment, we will begin with a special eye-dotting ceremony to awaken the dragon and bring good luck to all.
New set of faces here at our feature table in this Flight 1B of the main event. Blinds are going to be coming back to, I think, 1,000, 2,000. So the price of poker's gone up. And these guys are going to be ready to continue battling it out. Microphones are being applied as we get into it.
已经给了，已经给了。
Sorry， 我是大盲吗？
不，你是枪口。
枪口 OK。
Jack 10 raising to 4,000 to kick things off here. Not going to face any defense.
现在是什么级别？还是1500、1500？
1000、2000、
2000、2000了是吧？我要放哪？放这个。你随便放，这个无所谓。OK。有牌要放。哦，我要放2000了。
又被洗一个盲了。伤心。我也有2张，对我有3张就完了。
给短板吃点问题不怕的呢。我这么短的还在开，就是啊，肯定没假牌了呀。他肯定就想下直播。我有想他想上的，我操！他想打 C 手。还能吃槟榔？不能抽烟应该是。
Nine, 6 and King 5. 3 of diamonds on the turn. King High still in the lead. Blind v blind confrontation. 4 on the river as this King High holds on.
直播说要打多久
？3个级别，打到风带。2个小时。
哦。
或者你可以提前升级去打 C 组。
No。
还有一个可能就是你刚好被抽到了下去。应该没有。直播都会抽下去吗？我们这里都没满人，应该。今天不会，人少那就不会。应该只有。上面的人不能抽。应该只有抽上来吧，这里还有一个位置。有抽上来，就放这个局，然后下去。好像很少。
就他扫描1、2秒，你还有点。你要想让他就觉得一拿到牌就放在底下扫，对，放个几秒扫，几秒扫完就行。
这说看。
那还有没扫到，我有人来提。我奇怪，我的框在哪里都没有。
有，他有个框。
你们正座位这里，我是在边上。
那扫描牌不能发动我的主动换牌技能吗？
Raised to 4,000 from Queen 9. Lionel. Over to Feng Chuan. Ace 4 in the big. Probably going to defend. Finds a 3-bet to 15K, and that's going to be good enough. King 9 raising the 4.5. Ooh, Xuan Feng, pocket 10s in the small blind. Started this one with 20 big, so it wouldn't shock me to see him elect to jam this hand. And that is what he chooses to do. Back over to Yi Chin. Familiar face. Got heads up last night. Ended up coming second. Hoping to do a little bit better in the main, though, I would think. Looks like he is going to just pass it up.
他这把有牌上把一定是抢咱俩的。不是上把你们一定要我说，那我就秀一把嘛。上把那一定是个鸡。说就秀嘛，没说就骂着。因为你想他4万多都能推出来，那3万多应该是秒推的。那不一样，这兄弟我3B他是一定抠的，不一样，这策略不一样。没毛病啊，不是这兄弟我3B 什么1万多他是秒给我函数，禁止剥削。我这个牌看个只要看一个人头就难受了。 秀了都，那还能有假的？说你 all in 的意思是怕我函数？对啊，我3B你肯定喊啊，是不是？继续给你饭后。我又不是，我又没位置这牌。我是1张2手 kiss。然后反正开个什么5、6、7，又是你的奥。kiss 我占了你1张 K。那我。对啊，我占了你1张 K。
Ace 7 finding the raise. Yucha Chen and Chakai Chan both coming along to an 8-6 deuce flop as the 9-6 comes out on top. Xianli turning that pair of aces and fires out a bullet here, 12,000. He's got a fair bit, 164k, so it's going to allow that pair of sixes to just go down. Nine 8 suited for Wei Wei Tang. Now, the player that's no stranger to the limelight. He's been at this table a few times, I think. Could have that wrong, but I'm fairly sure. Lionel waking up with the pocket jacks. Always love waking up with a hand this strong. He's already built himself up a stack of 152,000. Looks like he's going to try and make it more. Finds a 3-bet to 15k. Relatively small given the small blind flat. Could definitely have gotten away with going a little bit larger, but it's going to allow the 9-8 to come along, it looks like. Yep, in it goes. To a flop we go here. Ace 10-9. Never happy to see an overcard when you have a pair of jacks. We can see that he still retains the lead, though. He's a 72% favorite. And here's the continuation bet. Quick call from Wei Wei Tang. For a diamond's not going to change anything. Second shell. This time 21.5k. And I think the 9-8 is probably going to get the idea that it's not in very good shape. Yeah, and the fold is eventually made. Lionel 6 deuce in the small. Going to just try and complete each in. King 8, not going to let that happen, finds the raise. Pocket 9s for Feng. The ace 10 suited next to act is going to come along, so heads up so far. Where we're not involved, so we will remain with just these two players. King, Queen, 9. gut shot for the ace-10, but it's going to be against that set of 9s, and that could cause some trouble. Six of spades on the turn, not adding a flush draw. Three of spades not impacting anything either, as these 9s get to the river with the check mark, 23k in the middle. Feng probably going to reach out and try and extract any value he can here. Does fire at a bet, and what's this ace high going to do? Not stick around is what? Not going Feng's way. Action round to Shak Hei Chan. Jian Li currently at table captain with 202,000. Queen 8 suited. Thought he was putting in a raise then. It was just a fold. Yi Chin, though. He believes in the ace-3 offsuit, and he takes it north. Oh, but Jian Li table captain keeps waking up with big hand after big hand. Must be nice to be in his seat right now. Takes back his blinds and fires out a raise to 25K. Yi Chin out of the way. Tang now, King Deuce also going to be folded. Aces picks up yes another pot, takes himself to 212. King Jack raised to 4,000. The ace deuce suited finds the 3-bet to 10,500. Back over to Lionel, the man with the one name. What's he going to do with King Jack? Tang started this one with 30 blinds. He's getting a second look at his hand. Decides not to mess about and just folds.
来，我说那个胡萝卜打一下，它能抠，转为正常，它要动了呀。没动，走到河里再轻轻摸一下，等你就是它来偷，还有下次。这么多赛吗？这么多赛。有赛，那你运气挺大。我只能靠运气啊，那肯定运气，打牌没运气打不出来。一把我一想，他胡萝卜一抠，大概率有点东西。这洗一头。99。中了，我感觉可能打轻一点，河底还会偷。
4,500 from the 8-6. Pocket jacks, though, for Feng. Piles it in. 30 big blinds in total. Jian Li is our table captain, and he's probably not going to be folding against this. He's going to get a count, counting out those browns, 20,000 at a time. The call is made. Xuan Feng is going to have to fade aces and queens if he wants to stay alive in this flight 1B of the Red Dragon Poker Tour Championship. Ten in the window. And a queen. Not a good start for the jacks. Backdoor clubs are there for support. Deuce of spades, no help. River card. It's the 7 of clubs, and we say GG.
GG's. But hello to me. And hello to Yi Quinn. Nice to see a familiar face back here at the feature table, Jordan.
Yes, he's up to some of the old tricks that he was up to last night. He's made a couple of relatively out-of-line flats and 3-bets, but giving him the benefit of the doubt that maybe he's just a wizard. Harry.
Very potato.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, that's a South African joke. You wouldn't get that.
No, I wouldn't.
Have you watched The In-Betweeners?
I've seen the movie. I haven't watched the TV show. No.
Pocket tens here for the Rocket Man, Yi Quinn. Quite a nice stack he's managed to amass. Starting stack for this one is 40k, so he's really been working. It's a very flashy watch.
It certainly is.
I mean, like, flashy in the light, shiny.
Ah, right. I meant it in both senses.
So did I. Just had to have a quick save.
Do you know what it is?
Oh,
I'm not the best with watches, so.
Yeah, no, likewise. I wear an Apple
It looks
Watch.
like a. Yeah, I wear a Whoop band. From this angle, it looks like a Wimbledon Presidential. Which is a Rolex.
Okay, you definitely know more than I do.
But I could just be entirely talking out of my ass, so. Doesn't sound like me, admittedly. Sounds exactly like me. Deuce of clubs on the turn.
The man known only by Lionel. What an enigma. 170. 4 and a bit starting stacks.
Yeah, not even the lightest stack at the table.
Deep times here for this Red Dragon Championship Day 1B. Of course, late reg is firmly over. So you have missed out on your opportunity to get into the fun here. Big prize money guaranteed. And of course, we always smash the records. 234 runners in this. We've of course got the 1C happening. I'm not sure if Jordan has mentioned that to you. But that is happening around about 8 p.m. Excuse me, 6 p.m. local time. So that was kicked off about an hour and 53 ago. You only have about 3 hours of late reg on that. So run down to the landing casino area, chuck your name in the hat. 2.5 million gets you 40k and a chance.
I may need to get a coffee at some point. I'm hitting the wall after last night's late one. Definitely going to be a bit of a battle to get through today, I think. It's all right. I'm sure we'll manage. Queen 10 raising to 4,000. Yu Chao, pocket eights. Reaching for a call. Was that a call or was it a raise? No, it was a 3-bet to 15.5.
Yeah, good numbers here for this spectacle event, the championship. It's going to be a big one, that trophy. We have flashed a few times in this broadcast. You can see it's comprised of many significant Jeju figures, shall we call them. So I believe it's around about 8 to 9 kilos. Solid gold and rubies. Probably worth more than a small yacht. These are all just rumors, of course. Nothing has been confirmed.
Yeah, it's all rumors. But the Louvre is missing about $4.4 million in jewels. So if anybody asks, it wasn't us.
Any idea what's in that packet that Yi Quinn has got next to him?
I believe that is jerky. I've got no idea.
I noticed him chewing something like a couple of rounds ago.
Well, maybe it's jerky.
Do you know something called something like a beetle bub or something?
A beetle nut?
Beetle nut.
Nah, never heard of it.
I don't even know what it is. Well, apparently beetle nut is a stimulant drug. Should be good for poker then.
Yes, it makes your beetles just go nuts, doesn't it?
That's it. Sends your beetles straight into orbit where you need them.
Yep. That's why John Lennon landed on the moon.
Sorry, I'm just reading. You know when you type something? Oh, well, I'll leave that till after the hand. Matthew Chan.
Action. Matthew Chan. Waking up with the pocket rockets, the Alan Alders, the blades, the bullets, pocket aces. 2.5K is the big blind now, and Yi Chin up to his old tricks once more, and he's going to be paying for it. 21,000 that he's not getting back, unless he chooses to make no refunds. No refunds in this one. The refund tournament's happening at another venue.
Oh, that's tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I think that's just immediately after the KTV satellite.
Unlimited entries, rebuys, bullets. Fire as much as you like.
Unlimited. Oh dear, I can't make that joke. 8 Deuce is getting glimpsed at once more. Unlimited entries, exits, entries, exits, entries, exits, and then entries again. That's terrible. So the aces pick that one up.
So I typed in on Google, what is beetle nut? And some of the suggested, when it gives you the suggested questions, it's like, what is, or is beetle nut haram? Can you eat beetle nut by itself? And one question is, why am I so high? I would love to have met the guy who searched that.
Why am I so high? Yes.
Yes.
It's like, have you heard the story of the guy that tried salvia and he thought he turned into a chain link fence?
No. Man.
Yeah, apparently he thought he physically was a chain link fence. Not even once. Ace Jack for Lionel facing this limp from the tens. Yi Chin. 8-7 suited is going to come along even with this inflated size.
Always action as I drop my mouse. It's absolutely
Don't be
taken
throwing your
aback.
mouse around as the ace jack gets ripped in by Tang. As Yi Chen couldn't look more disinterested if he tried.
He looks like a naughty child playing with a fidget spinner after you've told him to stop. He just keeps going.
Oh, you
for
naughty!
it.
Oh, you naughty!
Why were you impersonating like an Italian pasta chef?
Because the last time I met an Italian pasta chef, he said I was naughty.
Sounds like a good evening.
Well, it wasn't a good morning, I'll tell you that much. Yi Chen checking out whether or not he should be putting this call in for 24 big blinds and 7-8 suited. I'm going to say probably not. Does he agree? Yes, he does. No, he doesn't, I mean. He just decides to gamble with the 7-8 suited. There's a bit of a chuckle there from Wei Wei Tang. Looks like he found the right customer. Now he just needs to hold on for dear life. As given there was an ace and a jack already folded, he's actually not in the best shape. King of hearts in the window. Queen and a 3. Safe for now. Needs to dodge 5 cards. Can he do that? Deuce of clubs is safe. Needs to fade 5 outs. The 6 of clubs is no help. Michael Dublé going the way of Wei Wei Tang.
"88 players remain, 234 entries into this one." Those aren't all unique entries, of course. Some of those are multiple bullets by a couple of these whoppers in the outer field, as you can see over there. It's always nice and fun playing here in this field at the RDPT. Ask me, I've never played here, but you know, I'm the king of assumptions.
We appreciate your input, my friend.
What do you say? I say that again?
I said we appreciate your input.
I mean, you should appreciate my honesty.
我就是借着你的那个来 all in 的，而且我牌力我也能推，反正对，我的马量是可以推的，而且我借着他那个讲开你，然后他没开你开了。
Well, I think to make this stream more appealing, I'm just gonna start shouting out fake comments to give ourselves a little bit more cred on the old streets.
I'm going to let you do that, and with that, I'm actually going to take off. Good luck to the remaining players that are still in this one. The effects from last night's stream are starting to get to me, so I'm going to make like a tree and leave, and I'll chat to you all relatively soon.
That's it, mate. See ya.
如果他在你那个位置，他可能会错了，是吧？他在你的位置是包考的。对。
Alrighty, Jian Li up top with that 107 big blind stack. My goodness. Just to put it into perspective, that's 267k. Starting stack is 40k. My man's been busy. 8 players at this feature. We are playing up until level 12 tonight. So only about another 1 hour to go. Once we hit this final level, level 12, then we got 40 minutes. We know that for certain. So that's kind of the indication. Ace Queen O for Mr. Chan. Good enough for the under the gun open. Playing 81k.
他亏在没有翻倍啊，没有翻倍就是亏啊。没有他
5k is the raise sizing. We see Matthew Chan in the cutoff at the offsuit Broadway. There's a couple of different options available to him. Remember, folks, if you are joining us on the YouTube chat or the Facebook chat, just let us know where you're watching from. We'd love to know where the engagement comes from. As some engagement comes out of the cutoff, 3-bet up to 13k, and we can see Chan just ready to jam on a Matthew Chan caught bluffing. Gonna have to make a little bit of a delayed fold, not to give away what he was up to. $16 big blinds for Chen, 17 for Yang. Those are the two shorties at the moment. The 1.5k, 2.5k blinds rolling on here. We got another, if I had to estimate, 5, 10, 15 minutes max of these current blinds. And then we'll increase for the final 40 minutes, at which point we'll bag and tag, and these gentlemen would have made it through to day 2, which doesn't take place tomorrow. It takes place on the 11th. Because tomorrow we still have 2 more flights coming at you, D and E. E is a turbo, D is the same structure as this one. So you still do have some time, ladies and gents, if you find yourself in the Jeju vicinity. Make your way down to the Landing Entertainment Casino and reg for one of these awesome flights. King Jack 8 mono flop. Chan did defend the big blind, got the diamonds working for him. And that's about it. Jian Li, King 9 suited. Top pair, wrong color. But does go for the C bet. Standard sizing. Brick on the turn. Jian Li will continue the story. 4k is the amount into 14. Good enough to take that one down. Chan not drawing to the flush, not willing to anyway. Everybody on more than a starting stack except for Mr. Chen, short stacked, just less than that brand new stack. I take it. Mr. Chen is seat number 8, 7 in this instance, of course. Fresh off the reg desk. We saw him pop in here earlier. Hand number 69. Interesting number there. Not too many hands played in this flight. We've seen it be quite unrelenting, in terms of the bust outs, the pace, the coolers, the hero calls, etc. It's really been a fun event to call the action of. Tomorrow we'll be doing the same thing, except instead of streaming from level 7, we'll be streaming from level 4. Yeah, we'll be starting at level 4 tomorrow, going up until a point of which we will reach the end of that day, bag and tag. So that's level 12. Now I'm just talking nonsense. Ace 10 6 on this flop. Mr. Chan connects top pair, but it is the pre-flop aggressor who has the hearts working. He's going to carry on 15k into 20. Big sizing. Chan, top pair, not going anywhere. Yeah. Queen on the turn. Bingo is what Yi Quinn was looking for. Gets his straight. Did I just say gets his straight? Honestly. Long night last night, folks. Gets his flush, of course, not a straight. Oh my goodness. GG's to this commentator. All in for Yi Quinn, 60k shove. Chan can't be liking that ace too much right now, given the fact he unblocks all of those hearts. Decision time. Obviously no shot clocks. Those only come into play day 2 on level 17 or 2 tables away from the money. Whichever does come first. And eventually Chan does find the laydown. Well done, sir. Sniffing that danger out very nicely. Protecting that chip stack. Still 78k behind. So definitely nothing to shy or to snuff at, should we say. $84 remain. We aren't playing down to any certain number. We're only playing down to level 12. Currently level 11. Good to hear the players all still having a laugh. That's what we love to see here at the RDPT.
不包赢，但是我翻前，我的动作就能做大一点。
而且应该大概率没有翻骗他2张，我1张。
I wish my Mandarin was a little bit better, so I'm just going to let these gentlemen talk. I am here just trying to listen to what they're saying. Just got to kind of sit with the translator app out.
没有 flop 钱。
那八姐，我比他18还敢3比0啊！我遇到我这是 AOK 了，还能4还能关下3比0，能找到的全是这跑马牌，这知道了不？
没毛病。
你只能找到9以上的对手。放我的了，基本上是排空的。你看红桃不嘛？我不踩。对呀，我打一点，1/3场要错的。看回放，看回放，这边可以。我真手啊！
Queen Jack for Chan. I'm sure he'll give some action here. Good enough for the raise, it seems.
他那个回放能看是吧？
延迟半个小时嘛，他直播。对，就是反正下直播之后就看得到。但下直播真能看得到。
你现在的时间记住半个小时之后就能看。
对啊，但我们又没有休息。
那有那个录像嘛？就是说能往前倒吗？
有。
好。你也把open出来。
哪个？
我3比5。
忘了，好像就2张砸的，圈10吧。我就是压一下。你那个打的太邀请了。
啊，邀请啊！我3比的15500。
对，你打了一半，还剩一半嘛？
是啊。
你就邀请我进去嘛？
没有，我的意思是我可以接受把你打完。
对，所以我就放了，我就弃给你了嘛。我就说你那个注码很诚实了，我说尊重呀，我肯定要尊重的呀。但那个牌我要挂个 A， 我就给你跑。
King 6-5 on this flop. Mr. Lionel, of course, in the small blind, making the call pre-flop. Flop in a very nice one indeed, but now with the 7 on the turn, Chan picks up that flush draw. He's going to continue firing here.
那个牌你要直接推我放的更快。
一样。已经靠池了。flop 不管出什么，
发射
也是我。
13K is the call Lionel has to make. And he does so. We will see a river here. Top pair versus the flush draw. Bang. Nut flush for Chan. Mr. Lionel. Scare card on the river. So depending on the sizing here, he could just get away from it.
我的意思是他能听到咱们说话吗？
就是部分收音，应该是部分收音。他的麦就听到他们的，都听到啊。你随便说，他也播出去，说点不能播的。对的。播了吗？还没有。哦，我现在播了。对，播了。
54.5K in the form of the triangle is the price that Chan has decided on. Lionel, second pair. Can't be feeling too comfortable about this one. Hopefully he can just find this fold. Good fold by Mr. Lionel in the end of the day, saving some money. Living to see another day. 234 unique entries into this one, so no laughing matter, those numbers. Got that turbo happening at the moment. We've got another flight similar to this structure, day 1D, happening tomorrow. And then, of course, our last and final turbo is tomorrow night. That's the E flight. Well, some big action brewing here. It's going to be a massive pot. Mr. Jian Li, our initial raiser with the pocket rockets, he gets met by the jam from Yang, Ace King offsuit, and now Mr. Lionel, Ace King suited on the button. Definitely not folding this one. Jian Li 271 behind, but Lionel just going to rejam. 143 effective now is the jam. Jian Li. Snap call. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, three-way all in. Aces versus the Ace King O versus the Ace King.
没有 K 的二了，我还拿了一张 K， 只有黑桃的二了，没有 K 的二了。这可以发一个 A 2个 AK。
Oh my goodness, massive one brewing, 330 in the middle.
KK 封不了 ，KK 封不了，这是不了。
855. Pretty much a sealed deal for Jian Li. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, double elimination courtesy of the Pocket Rockets. Not a nice way to lose your tournament life, holding premiums such as the Ace King O and Ace Kings, but GG's in the chat, as they say. Well done, Jian Li, up to 463,000. That is 11.5 starting stacks. Absolutely dominating things here at the Red Dragon Championship, Day 1B.
现在都已经快爆了。小吗？刚刚我知道。这应该是全场最不利的了吧？拜拜。啊 ，OK。这手发的跟微布克似的。
看我的代言，没毛病。啊，现在30多万，全场最不利的了。一定是最不利的。昨天也出了，也都才38万多。现在多少了？40万了。没到40吧？5万。这是10万。啊，有40万。这是30。40多。现在欧印出来嘛，这两个 AK 嘛，赢了新月亮了。
Wow, what an action-packed hand that was. One must say. Well, personally, I love to see aces holding. I'm not the cynical type.
我没想到那个大哥也能熬出来。
他 AK 输啊！
他想把我隔离嘛？
他想把隔离。对比还小了，还不是 AK。
对。
你在这个时候再扣出来嘛，我把他包饺了。
他包饺了。
这牌你是最舒服的。
对。
你能看到2家 AK。对。最安逸的。
2家 AK， 我还帮你拿掉1张 K， 他们连 K 的20都没有了。对啊，只能发花或者顺，连 K 的20都没有了。
flop 一发出来，基本就很安全。
不用 flop 了，我也还有张 K 啊。
你还有张 K 啊？怪不得你喊我 KK， 我靠。
这个牌除非发出来4张5来，然后参加分钱。
Queen 10 being defended by Matthew Chan, of course. Yi Quinn just getting out of line as usual.
对啊，对啊，不让发出来就没有机会了。
10-4 deuce, 2 spades. Middle pair for Chan, sees that he will call one. Uh-oh, looks like Yi Quinn looking for a flush on the river. Is that the story he's going to start repping now here on the turn when the flush does complete? Yes. $15K is the size of the bet. Matthew with only top pair on this super dynamic board. He's going to call. Bingo for Yi Quinn, exactly the card he was looking for. Can safely just continue the story. $45K is the sizing he goes with. Matthew Chan correctly makes the fold.
连红龙都看不过眼了，要换一副牌。主要是人的问题。没有人也换，牌也换，都一起先换了。
他转到你的时代吧，那个勾勾。真的那个勾勾。
Just got the case of the sneezes for some reason. 76 players remain, and those blinds have not increased just yet. Yi Quinn. Excuse me, folks. I don't know what's going on. Some sort of pollen in the air. Queen 5-5. Yi Quinn definitely going to see bet. Chip counts up on your screen, and that is not a typo. That is 184 big blinds for our table chip leader. Absolutely dominating things here at this featured table. It's been great watching him get lucky with those aces. In my experience, aces don't often hold, so when they do, you just gotta thank your lucky stars.
拿个华子给去不利德，让他慢慢去抽。
你等一下，钱想了半个小时，还是那个小胖子，还是流氓了。
Well, a bit of a family pot brewing here, potentially. Chen with the odds to get involved in 2.5 to call into a pot of potentially 20 2.5, so 10 to 1. Got to call any two, essentially.
是必须要 call 的。
合规的就是你扔了，他叫 call 了吗？没有，他可以，他放筹码，但是他以为前面是这个的话可以不 call 的，这个情况我遇到很多次了。
是可以改变动作的吗？
不是，你那个收不回来，但你可以弃牌，应该是因为你没有说 call， 你只是把筹码放进去了。
啊，我以为他是 call 了2500。
As he gets out the way, there's definitely a little bit of action going on, so let's try and have a hear.
不然他放了，他想忙，他放了1000，他以。对啊。对啊。
靠起5000吧。好了。
果然是去不利的，不在乎那一个
家大业大的差那一点。
不差那一个BB。
我要保护我的2500。我靠。
他管的不好，真好。他反正马多，他想不通就给你接了。
也有道理。
知道了不？马良舒服的，知道不？你看下面比如说5万5万打的，5万5万的，打谁呢？全比跑马。
Interesting run out here. Nobody really wanting to V-pip unnecessarily, just given the fact that the flop is so dominant, and then of course the turn, pretty much an action killer. Jian Li, actually the person who decides to lead out here. Interesting, with the 7-5 offsuit. Chan does have the check mark, ace high good in the situation, but you're really trying to make this call.
7大，你大了，打小了。你这个 A 还没必要抓的，那个2和6都是我的范围啊。
抓你说对没对嘛？
对是对了，对。
这个牌他肯定抓你啊。
A 还会要扣开，扣开。
好，要领的嘛。
你说的对，你会有6扔啊，但我抽了，还是要扣。
要扣，
抓的是对的。
我也要扣开呀。应该我来抓是吗？
不是，他抓的是对的。
all in 你也挂，肯定不会，哪里怪？他妈的不打 all in， 说不定还有10呢。你这么啊，不要说打 all in， 他再打贵一点，可能你都不扣开他。
这个牌打盲了吗？
刚涨。这一盘没涨。
Ace 10-0 Yi Quinn. What's he gonna do with this one? He's been raising up the 9 deuce, the 5-2 anything.
不补那2500。我都提醒你了，你还是保持吗？我跟你说最好建议就叫你今天走，你犯错你的马可能还保持到10万，你一犯错你的马要个10万之后你就归零。我是过来人，我清楚的很。好的。
大哥拿个华子去 CS 慢慢展示。
直播说可以溜盲吗？
可以啊，随便你。当然可以，但是
肚子痛不舒服，
这就是啊，
腰有点酸。
没有，我怕你突然待会儿想推的话，我可以接。
陪你跑马，给个机会跑马是吧？
也跟机会苟一下，对吧？明天还能聊一会儿是吧？
还有30多分钟，你可以。
明天也这一队也要重新分组，对啊，重新分组。对。
Ooh, action river card. Mr. Chen 2 pair. Quinn does pick up that middle pair now on the river, so does he call this bet? And I think with the ace of hearts, he just has to, or maybe should go for it here. 130 behind, 45 in the middle. 17 is the raise sizing. He's definitely not going to raise it. He's going to make the fold. Good fold, Quinn, at the end of the day. Chen, nice pickup for him. Patience is a virtue. Paid off very well for him indeed. Queens for Tang, Mr. Wei Wei Tang. What a time to look down at the queens. Beautiful. No action for his queens except the 10-7 of Chen, who comes along 9-9-4. Doesn't improve Chen at all. Bet is good enough to take that one down. Easy as you like. As we tick on, I do believe those blinds are coming up very soon. Pocket Sevens, Matthew Chan. 73 big blinds. Gonna raise. Oh my goodness. Quinn. After seeing Jianli just call in the hijack, perceive some weakness, jams with the deuces. Matthew Chan, a big decision for him here. 100% not a comfortable decision by any means.
你不保守我也跟你跑了，我圈圈。小毛病，这个好像结构牌吗？这个牌还要扣 over 吗？这是马量。
And I think just given Yi Quinn's table image, we could potentially see a call.
我刚刚还没形容他桌子上丢了3千，2个绿的，2个粉的。
不是啊，他的3000，他刚刚是小盲，上一把的牌嘛，现在他是低嘛，他上一把
啊，刚刚我低的时候，你们2个不是他推了吗？我多放了1千。对呀，我多放了1千，我多放了1千。我刚刚我还在疑问怎么情况，我以为我是大盲，我多放了1千。
算了，听人劝吃饱饭，你都劝我了，不要。
我就是你小盲，
我这个牌可以跑，
我还在想
可以跑。
他怎么上去了？他提前行动到我跑了吧？
亮1张嘛。
他回放。
我就说你
屁圈，我看着他行动了，我就跑了嘛。
可以跑的。
我就说你小盲为什么？
打多了，你打个3万4万，我敲一下，慢慢。
他直接跑了，他跑这么短。
对。可以选我可以给你跑，其实可以跑马的。不要进地吐了，怕上头算了。可以选同色。
抽烟许。
没有他要接你一把，我要应付你一下再去抽烟。
好，我努力啊。
So those blinds have ticked up. 1.5k, 3k are those new blinds. That means this is the final level before we do bag and tag it for the day.
你真是勇气可嘉。他们还要开去力的。
9000对不对？好。
马上旁边就 C 组，明天还有 D 组，还有E 组。说了就不对。
Jack 9 for Yi Quinn. He's such a interesting fella to play with. You just never know where he's at in a hand on this mono board, just going for it. Pocket sevens of Chan have to fold. Great time digression again by Yi Quinn. Super impressive so far.
那我还是要考，没差别。
对呀，死都要出到你钱。我告诉你，你说你现在去抽烟，
你等我大小盲过了，button 过了我就去抽烟。
还有半个小时。抽空了你睡觉，好不好？
我去抽20分钟的烟。
你睡觉是最好的现在。
对。
就去旁边享受个按摩就好了。
其实我刚才63个大盲的话，比刚才靠的这几把输的还少。
是不是我没害你嘛？
一个大盲6000，对不对？
我想问你一下，我害你没？
没有。
说的有道理没？
有道理。
对吧？
有道理。3个大盲才18000。
下去跟我抽划算。对。
4500。
反正是比赛经验。
King Jack O from Chan, good enough for the open out of the cutoff. And again, this time an even lower pocket pair for Matthew Chan. Makes the call, queen 9-5. Gut shot for Chan. Chuck Hai Chan, of course, not Matthew Chan. .73 players remain. This is the final blind level. Ace-3 suited for Chen. He's going to raise up the +1, and I'm sure he's going to find some sort of action from Chuck Hai Chan. Oh my goodness, sixes straight into the muck.
这么危险的事还是交给 chip leader 吧。盛情难却，靠，隔着一座山来抢你，靠，盛情难却。就送2个人家嘛，你就 all in 他嘛。我都看不下去了。
Bit good enough to take that one down.
我肯定不来，我这牌就只能。要是你坐在后面，不然我就跟你跑了。对，我守队，我7-7。啊？chip leader 在后面。我6-6。我7-7，真7-7。我 A，真的，你可以看回放，真7-7。我们是 open set 的，真7-7。如果不是 chip leader 坐在后面，我直接跟他来了。如果不是他3码，不是 chip leader 后面。对啊，我6-6跟他7-7打光。哎，但那个牌我大盲已经投入了6000了。如果你们再平 call， 我有可能会加他。肯定不会平 call， 谁会平 call 啊？进不来的。对，进不来的。flop 进不来的，我 flop 我们2个赛。
Jack 10-0. Oh my goodness, Chen. 21 BBs decides that these 7 big blinds are all going in now before he's in the big blind next hand.
$7-8，我当然可以给你跑一下，主要但是他投射我要扣他，对，砸射算了。你投入太多了，投入6000了。我以为你会扣他。怎么扣啊？我还要补1万多。我想扣。我也想扣。
Matthew Chan again with a couple of difficult decisions, hand after hand, and here again King Queen O is okay. He might get chammed on again for probably the 3rd time now. Got to keep choosing that hand oh so carefully.
没推啊，我以为你会推掉。
对呀，我以为他会推。
那没办法，
我以为你推掉，大哥顺势接着推，我夹在那
开，然后后面还有个去冰。
Jian Li in 146, BB's up top. Absolutely dominating things at the moment.
你已经交了6000了，后手还有。
我刚刚才抢我们2个。
碰到钢板啊，算了算了。
他抢到你的，没抢到我的那个。啊，但他抢了我小盲，抢了1500。
对呀，抢了大小盲。
他没有 all in 啊。他是 open 啊。
Yi Quinn. Let's see what sort of jingles he comes with here in the last bit of this day one. Deep run in the Baby Dragon. Playing really, really well. I'm happy to see him run again. Wei Tang. He's been pretty quiet, Mr. Wei's.
对啊，这么克制不码桌子的吗？
Remember, ladies and gents, always something happening here at the RDPT. Never a moment of no action. Something for everybody. Excuse me. Today we have, of course, some late events going down. I'll bring those up in a sec. So 9 p.m. local time. 5 minutes time. We've got a Hyper Turbo Bounty registering. 500k gets you a 100k starting stack. Excuse me. I'm talking out of my ass. The Bounty. It's a Hyper Turbo Bounty, right? So the Bounty is 100k per player. Starting Bounty. 15,000 starting stack. 10-minute levels. That's going to be fun. Come down, Rich, for that one. Of course, we always, as always, have the milestone satellite to our main event. 450,000 gets you a 10k starting stack into that one. Wow, Yu Chao Chen all in with the 7 bigs from the cutoff. Must like the 8-6 or something. And Mr. Wei gonna make the call. Interesting one for Shin Chen. He probably just got to lay it down what he does at the end of the day. And we will see the 6s versus the 8-6. All in and at risk, Mr. Chen needs some hearts or a running straight. 10-10-5, no help. Only an 8 will do, and just like that, it is GG's to Mr. Chen.
我10圈没花，哎呀，我想着让他跑，再拉出来这么多10。
他这个牌我开 open， 你 call， 他推，他 call， 我 call， 你 call。
我一家带我就 call。
对，因为我开 open 大概率会 call 嘛。
对。 你开 open 我不 call，
没有你开 open， 他推了，他推了我就不 call 了，我还 call 什么 call？ 要不我就推了。
他枪口开我不可能 call 的。
对啊，
我是+1。我想了，你要上的话你就跟他跑，你不上我就跟他跑。
我跟他跑我也赢。
我10圈草花我也赢。
你好，还有18分钟就装袋了。
啊，对。
好，恭喜你。
我去抽烟去了。
你真可以抽烟。
你刚刚不是说过完？你刚刚不是说过完就去抽烟吗？
没好意思走。
6号扣，7号扣。1号 race6000。
有牌在搞，你不要乱来，老是乱来，我要上头的。我看回放逮你，真的。看回放那我还真是花3号扣，4号扣，真的是花。
King, excuse me, I was muted. King 4 suited, good enough for Chan. Raise and take it. He raises in a big way, of course. Jam mode in there. Got to pick those hands very carefully. Got to use those blockers well, and it's kind of what separates those short stacks from staying those short stacks versus increasing to a much more manageable and playable stack. Chake Chan raising up the hijack, 10-9 suited. Shout out Akshay Kapoor, your favorite hand, buddy. And the big blind will come at him, pocket 10s. Jian Lee, and that's definitely a raise. 24K is the size.
cheerleader 在小盲位强力抵抗。
我真的呀，我也不傻。好呗，吃完能不得了呀你？
有牌有牌。
绝对举报。
宁可相信你在操作，也不相信你有牌。
这个牌就是刚才那个牌就是打光了，我就等他推回来了，跑马。
啊，知道的，开起人了，宝宝。哎呀，22000，
看牌没有？
看了牌的呀，我个题哦，我这牌打了，4号扣，5号扣，6号扣，7号扣。
Again, these two are going to tango. They've been fighting all table round like two naughty kids. Equin, like that kid on the playground with all the toys. Of course, I'm just joking. It's been lovely watching this battle. Chakai Chan, excuse me, down to 38 big blinds. A couple of encounters have seen him knocked down below that 50 big blind level, but other than that, been playing really, really well. Super interesting. Xin Chen gonna link in with the Queen 9-0. Looks like our new player at the table is not going to allow him to see this one at a cheap rate. 12K is the raise.
这里有威胁了。好。你可以挂机了。最多也就1圈。我现在去洗手间回来也可以状态，对不对？没有影响啊，可以是吧？你直接回去睡觉就行。你可以挂机了。最多就61圈嘛。
How about flopping a straight? Beautiful flop here for Chen. He's facing a bet from his opponent who's got backdoor diamonds working for him. He's got middle pair at the moment, so just call. Not worried about many cards. Mr. 8-8. $30K in the middle. It's gonna size up. Quick call by Chen, of course. Oh, it wasn't a call. It was a raise. Beautiful raise. Excuse me there, folks. Beautiful raise there by Chen. Able to take that one down very nicely. Flopping a beautiful straight. $66 remain. We aren't too far from calling it a day, I believe. One of these folks having played a long time here today. Started level 1 early this morning. And now 9 p.m. local time, so a full day's worth of work. Suited connectors. Gonna go for a 3.5x. Chakai Chan can defend the 8-5. And what a nice board. Oh my goodness, something for everybody. Chakai Chan trips on this flop. But Lu Yao Wu, open-ended straight. Flush draw. Straight flush draw. And yeah, one has to think he's got to stick it all in. Chakai Chan gonna make the call with the trips. So many outs here for Lu to connect. 10 outs to be precise. Straight draws, flush draws, straight flush draws. Queen on the turn. Not a card he was looking for. But a diamond sees him get there to the flush. But as you can see, it's not good enough. House. Better than a flush any day of the week that you ask me. What a way to go. Queen of diamonds on the river. Complete your flush and boom, it gives your opponent a house. Wow, some crazy action there, folks. I was just rewinding it as the graphics were pretty quick. You had to watch pretty intently to not miss any of that action, but wow, wow, wee wow, as we say. Cooler of note, flush getting there on the river, but the flush bringing that queen of diamonds, double pairing the board and giving the opponent that house. Yi Quinn just continuing this absolute masterclass. Now going with the Queen 3 offsuit under the gun. I mean, why not? Ace, Ace, King, definitely not the flop he was looking to see, but a flop he can see bet on. I thought Yi Kun was actually going to have a bluff at it there on the river. Decided just to give up. 148 big blinds. Absolutely dominating performance. And that's the way to get into day 2 with a massive fighting chance. 11 starting stacks. It's dominating things, you know, it's the way to do it. Let's see if he continues to use it, or as they say, use it or lose it will be the slogan we will attach to him. Ace Queen suited for Mr. Chan. Is this the one? 64k behind. So 20 something bigs. He's gonna raise. I'm sure he'll call any sort of action. The 8 deuce getting defended in the big blind, of course, by Yi Quinn. 5-4-3. He has an open ender now. 2 overcards for Matthew Chan. Picks up the nut flush draw with that heart on the turn. Yi Quinn not perturbed the slightest. Just fires out 7k just to see where he's at. And I think Matthew can just call. Try and actually make a hand, get an ace, something to that extent. With the king, definitely not going to be loving life. But we got just about enough showdown to have a look, and yeah, versus Yi Quinn, you've definitely got showdown, my man. We definitely are drawing towards the end of the day here, folks. We won't be bringing you any other coverage today, but we'll be back tomorrow around about 2:45 local time here for the coverage of the day 1D. Some blind v blind action here. Yi Quinn versus Wei Wei. Wei Wei not wanting to tango with Yi Quinn. Of course, quite an unpredictable figure, should we call him. 148 big blinds for Jian Li. As we've said and will continue to say, great performance by him in this flight. Securing a very nice position in day 2 to come back, play for some big money, and of course, that beautiful Red Dragon Championship trophy that you've been seeing. Ace King suited, Chakai Chan, beautiful hand to have. Definitely would love to find some more chips just before going into day 2. And almost on cue, here comes the ace deuce offsuit. Out of the cutoff, 12K, so just to click back at him. And I mean, I think a variety of options good here, but generally we want to go with the raising variety. Four bet, snap fold by the ace deuce off. Alrighty, ladies and gents. And with that, that has brought a close to the day's play. At this stage, these ladies and gentlemen remaining in the field will bag and tag, write their names on it, and they have all made it through to day 2, which will take place live on Friday. We will be broadcasting all of that feature table coverage. So come join us, keep us supported and company. We love to see it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining myself, Richard Cooper, alongside the handsome Jordan Bromley. We'll be back tomorrow, 2:45 local time, with more Red Dragon Championship Day 1D coverage. Until then, have a beautiful evening and see ya.